Hello. You've got rank number 7, correct? Exclamation mark, correct. I think there's 26 ranks. Why so many? I don't know. I guess that's not too bad. Congratulations on winning. Hello, Macaroni, by the way. I hope you're doing well. Um, it was a bit weird. It could be worse. It was a bit weird. How about you? Relate with the weird part. Yeah. Speaking of weird, here's a thief too. Almost got blocked from entering gym. Why?
I'm back in the Lost City. I should have known. Guess I'll take the back door home.
Kidnap Brother Cavador. Do not let Brother Cavador die. Find and read a sample of Karis' new scripture. And since you've been to the Lost City before, you know there's another route out. Is it to leave? I don't know. You're expecting me to remember a week ago. Apparently there's some kind of barrier getting you need to scan a barcode, but I didn't receive it. I assume that's because of like the pandemic that they've like raised their security for whatever reason. You know, just to keep people out, I guess. Oh, weird. Yeah.
Nay, I think that not necessary. Seekest thou within? There thou shalt surely find a scroll with his intended path writ upon it. He hath the faithfulness of a child of Karis for the following of such schedules.
Many thanks. May thy gears run smoothly.
Oh, nice.
And thine.
Did you get her number? No problem, Fred. Enjoy. What does this say? Restricted area for access. Make request to Camp Steward. Steward. Didn't go that far. It's probably a good idea. To be honest, I wouldn't recommend doing that. I guess I'll go the other way. It's pretty interesting that out of all of the locations in the first one, this is the one that they decided to go back to. I wonder how much they changed it. This map is better than the one in the original Lost City anyway. Attention! Those seeking Brother Cavador must not disturb other workers. It is inefficient and causes the loss of much work. Request instead a schedule from the camp steward and check the green lights, for they are lit when the brother is present or was recently so. Use the tools that the builder hath given thee, and pester not the worker, for his toll is pleasant to the builder's eyes. Okay. Camp Steward is the place to be. There were no robots back when I was here before. Lots of broadhead arrows.
Prosper on them that are few.
I wonder if I'll need those.
Woe to them that trust not in Karis. From his mouth speaketh the will.
Flares.
From his pen the builder's plan is busily writ. Woe to them that trust not.
Marksman training. I'm gonna say no. In the first game I used the arrows to kill spiders and stuff, but there haven't been many spiders in this one. There were a few, but not many. Morning, Harvey. I'll see what happens. No promises.
Beware the foul one, the trigger of men, he hath wrought evil. Even as easily as I shaped this iron, the masterful
Yep. I can just open that. Even if it's loud and horrible to listen to. The lockpick noise is pleasant, yeah. It's a shame for that door I just opened is like the opposite of pleasant to listen to.
Beware the foul one, the trigger of men, he hath wrought evil. Even as easily as I shaped this iron, in masterful forms too numerous to count. Beware that which he hath wrought. What?
Automatic lights. Ah, this is not good. This is awful.
Nothing then. Huh?
I'll take that. I wonder if this key will help me. It does. $41 water arrows? No way I'm going to be able to use all of those. Well. I'm sure I could. If I really wanted to. Make that 51 water arrows. Okay. I'll go down there in a moment. Nope, that's a bad shot. I bottled it last second, I bottled it. Maybe just cut this. You never know. No. There we go. Is that just where I was? It is. Those are the doors that make the horrible noise. KD site. Steward, shouldst thou have need of me, follow this route, and surely thou shalt find me. Disturb me not unless thy matters are of the greatest import. Site 2, Site 3, Site 6, Site 1, Site 7, Site 4, Site 8. Brother Cavador.
Ah, knowing where Cavador is, that's half the battle.
Do I know where he is though? Oh, okay. So everything's now labeled. Guess that helps. Attention. Those seeking Brother Cavador must not disturb other workers. Yeah, I've read this before. It's the same stuff. Noisemaker arrow. I feel like every time I go to use one of those, I usually don't have one. Can I not open these doors from this side? I guess not. So can I assume with that switch pulled I can go on to this next area. Yes, correct. I sort of recognize this from the first game. They've definitely repurposed it and sort of made it a bit different, I think, but I recognize this area. It had a lot of fire elementals before.
Any luck on thy hunting, friend?
Nay, not a single beast.
Good riddance, then. Noxious things. 'Twill be a better world, more worthy of the Master Builder's work, when not a single stinking burrick remains to plague it.
Certes, save I think that time is now. And yet, still we patrol, lest a Berg's ghost should disturb poor brother Cavador. Why, he still wears his mask, as though he might be attacked at any minute.
Nay, speak not harshly of our brother and leader, for does he not speak with Kara's own voice? Bereft of his leadership, we should be rudderless. 'Tis only right and proper that he should guard himself most carefully.
May the Master Builder forgive my quick words. Thy words are true. I shall not let these dull caves weaken my faith, nor turn me from my duty.
The lovely lizard
These things
beasts
have changed a bit.
have been destroyed. Where am I going? I'll probably just go around all the sites, exploring. One can hope. Hey Vice, happy peeking.
Knowledge and let then the higher things be wrought. Then shalt thou prosper.
What noise then? Softly called. Quiet once more.
A noise? I'm as sure of it as the builder himself.
Definitely not a noise. I'm definitely not opening this right now. I was gonna say that's a lot of loot there, but then I realized the loot, for whatever reason, carries over from the previous level. I don't like that. Why did they do that? It makes me think that they originally envisioned this level and the previous level being one, and then they split them. But if this level and the previous one were together, it would have been absolutely massive. It would have been like the Thieves Guild. Making me sound like a creep? That's not true.
Oh!
Hmm. I wonder what's over there. It's the camera if it's a real issue. I don't really care about the person. That's not an issue. It's the camera if it scares me.
Someone plays at mischief.
Come out from the shadows.
I'll lift every stone till I find thee, salamander.
What? 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 Whatever.
Oh.
You are spied. Who art thou, villain?
Nice. I get your reference, don't you worry.
Stop!
There's a lot going on here and I don't like it. Ah, you know for a fact if this game came out today, the security cameras would have these massive lights on them, and you would be able to see exactly where they're looking at with these massive lights. Okay, there's nothing in here.
What noise that softly calls?
Bioshock has that. It's exactly what I was thinking of, yeah. I like Bioshock, but it's so, like, dumbed down compared to System Shock 2. The thing that annoyed me about that, when the alarms went off, the little turret things with the helicopter propellers on top would come after you, but you could hack them and make them your friends with no penalty. So if anything, you were rewarded for getting caught. Stupid. And you could hack as much as you want. There was no resource with that, and when you were hacking, the game paused, so you could just hack with 10 enemies surrounding you. It was no problem. That guy cheating. Yes, yeah. The game basically had the closest thing to God mode on by default.
Art thou there?
Something amiss.
Oh, no one saw that? Really? What? Really? I love that person being stuck. Are you telling me that no one can see that body? Really? Really? You literally cannot die. The story is one straight line. Yeah, I don't get that. I mean, I understand, but like, not everyone plays a game to be challenged or whatever, but I don't know. This game and the previous game, every time you finish a mission for the first time, it actually feels like quite a big accomplishment. And I really appreciate that. You know, back, when we were growing up, finishing a game wasn't a foregone conclusion, It was a matter of if, not when. Now video games are a matter of when, not if. You know what I mean? Usually if someone doesn't finish a game these days, it's probably because they didn't like it, not because it was too hard, I have no idea where I am, by the way. I've just kind of wandered off in some random direction. Site 1, that's where we are. Is the story good though? Oh nah, not at all. It's no Killer 7. I mean, what is? Let's be honest. Yes, when I streamed the prototype, it was ages ago. It was like over 3 years ago at this point. I had a similar experience where it was very frustrating. And it was, yeah. That game just hasn't really stood the test of time. The second one was a lot, I don't know. It was a lot easier, which I think meant it was more fun. I'm kind of going against what I said earlier, but I don't know.
Master Builder, what can Lord Karras be thinking?
Guard thy tongue. If thou must invoke Lord Karras' name, do it with respect.
Hast thou not heard the new orders?
Nay, I keep my gears grinding, not sitting
Okay, I am here.
idle and gossiping.
Well, grind harder. Needs must we deliver not one crate, but 2 by the next reading of Scripture.
'Twill indeed be hard to meet such a goal. 'Twas hard enough before.
Aye, and wherefore such haste? Thousands of years this city hath held its secrets awaiting our eyes. Surely it can hold them another week or so.
What? Art thou a hammer to moan and whine? Surely there is no task that cannot be conquered with sufficient wit and skill. With Lord Karras as my example, I shall overcome, and so shalt thou.
Oh, aye.
I'm very tempted to get a Lord Karras tattoo. Would you guys be up for that? I played it on normal, I think. I play pretty much everything on normal. Actually, in this game, I'm technically playing it on hard. As you can see. But, yeah, I generally play everything on normal. And then if I really like the game, I'll play it on hard. Yeah, it was so long ago at this point, I don't really remember much about Prototype. It's one of those games. It's the video game equivalent of junk food, really. It's just kind of... it's fun at the time, but you just forget about it really quickly. Yes, the Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction. Radical, those guys. I don't think they're around anymore. I think Prototype 2 was the last thing they did, which is a bit of a shame. They had talent, you know. I don't even remember. Honestly, I don't even remember. And we watched all the cutscenes when we streamed it, and I don't remember. It was a while ago, but yeah, nope. I think a video game story needs to be good for me overall. It can't just have one good bit in it.
Hold!
I have no game plan here. I'm just kind of floating around doing whatever.
And Karis said, "Let us give thanks to the builder, for he has formed my hands with fingers, and behold, my fingers into life like cogs on a wheel. I am God of his unbeholden creation, and therein lies my salvation." Come into the light so that I might see thee. All is quiet once more, thanks be to Karis.
Spoilers. I won't read it out. I'll read it in my head. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't sound great to me, to be honest. I just thought the story was generic twaddle. I didn't like it at all. I don't think I've been here yet. I sort of recognize this area from the original.
Huh? Is that thee?
No.
Ah, silence visits me again.
Archaeologist sounds so much more dignified than thief.
Oh, wow. No, hold on. See the twist that you just described? That's not a twist. The fact that you cosplayed Alex Mercer, whatever his name is, now that is a twist.
Which shadow veils thee?
I've never cosplayed before in my life. That's probably not a surprise. I like the idea of it, but I just know. I don't even know who I would pick. I don't have a good go-to. Like I don't even know who my favorite character is in a video game. Honestly, if you were to ask me, I don't know. You're not too proud of your cosplay? I don't know, I think some of them look good. I've only ever been to a con, as they call them, once. I've only been once. And I think there might have been, I don't know, like one or two good ones. So yeah, I guess it is, like it's quite a low... it's quite a low percentage. I can't, yeah. Cool concept, but they don't look as good as the real thing. What does that even mean? Yeah, no, I respect it a lot, but yeah. I'm very, what's the word? I didn't used to be, but I'm very, I guess you could say self-conscious. Like, I wouldn't want to do anything like that. And draw attention to myself and talk to people. Oof. Can't imagine me doing that. Me talking to people? No way. Like, oh, see, when I went to that con once, I didn't talk to anyone. Terrible, just awful. And it wasn't even my idea to go, by the way. I didn't take any pictures.
My eardrums do tap much to hold.
Cease thou.
Okay, my brain is wired to take the piss, so whenever Alex Mercer was doing his routines talking about humans' consumption, government corruption, yeah, went to the after hours furry raves. I don't recall if there were any furries. I have to say. I'm trying to think. There was a quiz. And there was even a video games part of the quiz. It was very easy. The only question I can remember was which company released Watch Dogs, and I was like, well, that's easy. I think they were all easy, but I can't remember the rest of the questions. Ooh. Invisibility potion. And a bit of loot. You've never seen a furry suit IRL? Yeah, I don't think I have either. This is that place. Remember back in the day with the Berks and the fire elementals getting lost? Oh, the good old days. Not too dissimilar to what I'm doing right now, is it? Let me read that papyrus again. Or is it this one? No. So you have to go to the sites in that order to find them? Whatever, I'm just gonna have a look around. And whatever happens, happens. I think there was bad Payday cosplay. Ah. There was a guy who was dressed up as the Pyramid Head from Silent Hill 2. Can you write on this map? I haven't been writing on the map as much. Even in this one, you even have your own little notes page, so I can say... I think I've used the note page once.
Huh?
You and Jimothy Jim are on the same page with that. I don't know, honestly. I don't know. I don't. I think they're both great. It's a tough one. It's a tough one.
Hello?
I totally get why you both like this more.
The builder will show all if 'tis meant to be revealed.
But I don't know. I like the variety in the first one.
What's that? 'Twas probably nothing. Probably.
Hello, Cloud Schiffer. And hello, Jennifer. Sorry, did I just unlurk you? Is this person gonna... Oh, let's not do that. I cannot. Cannot interact with that. See, I think that's a part of it, Vice. This game is very similar mechanically to the first one. Like, it's pretty much the same. Obviously, they introduced a couple of new gadgets, but they're pretty minor. Like, I've used this invisibility one once. I've used the slow fall one twice, maybe. The vine arrows are pretty cool.
Let us give thanks to the builder, for he hath formed. What shadow passed my view? No noise now, builder be blessed.
You can tell this was rushed. It's probably why they have a level set in the in a level that was in the first one. Even though this is actually, I actually think this is quite cool. It may be recycling, but it's not too bad. I think out of all the levels to have from the first one reappear in this one, the Lost City would probably be quite low down on the list, but you know. Authentic Randy Savage quote there. No, I haven't, Jimothy. I didn't know you could do that.
If someone... Oh!
Is the camera going to detect that that man has fallen over? No. See, it's not that good of a game, you guys. Uninstall it immediately. I don't know what that switch did. This scouting orb, I think, is totally useless, by the way. Total rubbish. A nice idea, but like, come on. Like I said before, if it was like the camera from Splinter Cell, and you could use it to whistle and attract people and then gas them, then it would be a different story, but no, I don't. I think that's the second time I've used that. But yeah, you can tell that they rush bits of this. I think it's really good though. Like, even though I'm unconvinced that it's better than the first one. I have to say, I wouldn't say the story in this one's bad, but I'm not enjoying it as much. There isn't a whole lot here. There was that room with the gas arrow, so that's pretty good.
Just a boiler, this? Or perchance something worse?
And I think they did a good job. It's more of the same, but it's not exactly the same. I think they did a pretty good job of making it feel different. The story feels different. The overall... I keep on getting stuck here. The overall kind of feel of the game is different, even though, like I said, the mechanics are pretty much the same.
What shadow passed my view?
Wait.
Yeah, like an expansion, but it's like the full length. I think the thing that I dislike the most about this game is that it's definitely missing the atmosphere of the first one for me. Like even like I've been listening to some of the tracks from the first one on their own on YouTube, and they're brilliant. They're really, really good. Here, they definitely try, and they succeed in some areas, but it's just not the same. Like the soundtrack here is just a bit of wind blowing in the background. It's not much. Like even the first level of Thief 1, the Lord Bafford's Manor, the music that plays in that's brilliant. It's so creepy. And that's, you know, one of the more straightforward levels, you know.
Aha! I unroot thee, weed! Ugh!
It's amazing. Absolutely fantastic. I mean, I played that level so much back in the day.
Oh, wretched will. Is that...
That's not good. Is that what this switch does? Probably not. But I love. That's the thing that I really like, though. I love what they play with your expectations on that. You know, you play the first level and you think, oh, you know, this is what the rest of the game's going to be like. Nah, not at all. And I love that. You know, the second level at Craig's Cleft Prison, it's like, nope, you're going into a mine and it's filled with zombies. Have fun. But I totally get what you guys are saying. Like, it's not... I totally get what you guys are saying. Because it's not really a matter of like, well, this is good, this is bad. I think it's totally like just a subjective taste thing. I think all that stuff is brilliant in the first one. Tomb Raider of dinosaurs? Yeah! Well, Tomb Raider had a dinosaur, didn't it? But yeah, I get... Like, I really like the Bone Horde level. The Lost City, which is, you know, kind of what we're doing again here. It wasn't one of my favorites. I think my least favorite mission in Thief 1 was probably... we're excluding the Thief Gold levels. My least favorite mission in Thief the Dark Project would be Escape, you know, the one where you start with just your sword and you kind of have to run your way through it. That one's not that good. But I love the rest of it. Do you guys really like security cameras, you Thief 2 fans? I wish you could get rid of them. Did you like Dino Crisis 3 though? Did anyone like Dino Crisis 3?
What dragonfly flits about?
And of course, you know, you had Turok as well. Yeah. You're probably right. That's how you kill a franchise right there. I never played it. I never played any of those games. But you're right. Wasn't there like a Jurassic Park fighting game in the 90s? Like, yeah, just wild stuff. They're very proud of their camera technology, what can I say?
What dragonfly flits about?
That would have been great if I could get up that.
And Karis said, lay down thy hammer, friend. These yesteryear's trappings. And so we laid them down, and seeing this Karis spoke again.
You guys have to admit though, the first one, way better in terms of variety, right? No? No, it was on PlayStation, I think. What was it called? Can't remember. That was good. That was a good way to get out of there without making a fuss. This area looks like it really sucks. It's got everything I don't like in it. Yeah, Trespasser was I've never actually played it, but you know, very much maligned by pretty much everyone. Can I do a quick look up, see what it is? See what. Warpath, Jurassic Park Warpath. That's it. That's what it was called. Developed by Black Ops Entertainment, the same people who would go on to make Fugitive Hunter War on Terror, aka America's 10 Most Wanted, the game where you beat up Osama bin Laden in the final boss fight. EA published that, good lord. Not America's 10 Most Wanted, they published the Jurassic Park fighting game. Wow, you have to unlock the Triceratops? It's not unlocked from the start? Wow. Anyway. EA is known for its quality, absolutely. They were weird back then.
That I'm sure not in the builder's house.
Who treads there?
Troubles my watch.
I've got 51 water arrows. I should stop being so stingy. Hello, Blue Dandelion. This doesn't look too good, does it?
Builder, aid me to find this menacer.
Menacer? That was what the Sega Mega Drive gun was called, I think. Or was that the Justifier? I can't remember. One of those. I think it was the Menacer, though. Does anyone remember the Jurassic Park game that was on PlayStation 2 called Operation Genesis? Which has since become like a collector's item.
I am fueled by the fires of the...
I'm gonna skip this for now. What is this place called? Site 3. That's the one. Oh, for goodness sake. What hope do I have if I can't take out a lamp at extreme close range? I just want to see if there's anything down here. Let's explore. There's a chest.
Defend thyself.
Another chest. A flash mine. And then he pulls out 2 revolvers and says Leviticus, bitch, and then roll credits. It's pretty awesome. If that's all there is, 2 chests with mines in them, I'm gonna say I'm not gonna come to this area. I'm gonna say I'm good on that. Hello Abysmal John. Good evening. Hope you're doing well.
There's someone there. It was just the sweet pingings of a boiler. Most probably.
I'll take that. But I want to make it clear that this is still a really good game. I just don't think I like it as much as the original. There's not a lot of industrial metal in this one either. It's mostly gone outside of the intro. What happened with that? I'm doing alright, how are you? been playing this for an hour and I feel like I've done nothing. Like I've accomplished nothing. Absolutely nothing. I think I remember this from the original. Those two little huts side by side. I think I'm pretty far into this game, by the way. Should be able to get this done. Probably not this stream, but in the next one. Nice job, Macaroni. Fuck. Well, oh, I actually did it. I'm actually surprised. I thought I was going to fall in. Oh, well. You've accomplished friendship, you've accomplished togetherness. This is the problem with thieves. You see a lonely ocean and you think, I should sail this, but I don't have the boat. Do you think you need a valuable ship? You consider a gold one, worthless, a platinum one, guff. You know what the most valuable ship is? Friendship. I agree with that statement. I love that you use the word guff. Am I rubbing off on you? Site 5 hath been sent aside for Brother Cavador and his private staff. No other presence shall be tolerated here. The cog seeks not the furnace, nor the kindling the gear. Let the design of the builder guide thee to thy place. There's a lot of cameras here. That's not words? Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we'll just wait here for a bit.
Quiet once more. Builder be praised.
If someone is there, then show thyself. 'Twas nothing then.
Where are we up to these days? This one, I believe. This one, I believe.
And the drums in mine ear, and receive thy chopping sapling.
Yeah, no, it's not a good idea. I know. It sounds like there's someone else there. What?
someone there? The noise. I'm as sure of it as the builder himself. You halt. Surrender thy weapon.
Okay. It's not a great spot to be in. Okay, now I can move. Let's read. The new scripture of the Master Builder, draft page 31. Master Builder, your time is nigh upon us. My protective chamber is nearly complete, and therein shall Karis retreat. Soon the servants will be given away. Karis shall create a gilding beacon, and with it, Karis, in his wisdom, shall call the servants back to the Soulforge Cathedral to be modified with improvements, should any be necessary. Then at last shall all doubt be erased from my mind, and all chance of failure overcome. Then shall Karis take the steps to bring your paradise to the world. Hello, Illuminati, how are you?
This guy makes the hammers sound sane.
I've actually I've done an objective. Fantastic. It's only taken me an hour and 8 minutes. Glad to hear it. Appreciate everyone stopping by and saying hello.
Hello? Someone there?
See, they trick you into thinking it's a dark room, and then you walk in and the light comes on. Evil. Please turn around. That would be fantastic.
Halt there! You, under Shadow's cover!
Nah. That works too. Okay. Cool. That is definitely not a way to go.
soft.
Yeah, no, whatever. There we go. That's more like it. Yeah, don't think about it too much. What have you been playing recently, Macaroni? Excuse me. Prototype, really? Why are people talking about Prototype all of a sudden? It's okay.
If someone is there, then show thyself. 'Twas surely just moss in mine eyes. Loyalty.
Yeah, well, he's an absolute moron, isn't he? What's the meme from that? I fucking hate computers. Something. It's funny. You even remember his names? Like I don't. Hold on. I need to. This needs to be clean.
Matching A unto A and O.
I'm very fortunate that they don't care about bodies, the cameras. Let's read this. Or let's not. Well, let's do. Yes. Here we go. Ah, wondrous discovery! For the chance to learn here, I would excuse Karis far more than he have done. Mayhap I spoke too soon. Of all the wonders our ancestors have left for our discovery, Karis is fascinated by only the smallest portion. Yet, without his aid, 'twould be naught to explore. Still, more rust gas have arrived. I sent it as well to the lava, for I cannot convince Karis how little use we have for it. If only the Cetus Amicus could carry more digging supplies instead. I can't overdo it though, otherwise I get sick for a few days apparently. Okay. So what did I achieve there? A diary. Awesome. So I just need to kidnap Brother Cavador. I have no idea where he is though. That's... That is amazing. I'm very impressed by that. This game rules, exactly. Anything that I said about it earlier, complete poppycock. This game is the best game ever. I actually do think this game's great. And I have to admit, obviously, I played the first one a lot more than the second one when I was younger, so I guess that does play a role. But yeah, look at all these security cameras. They might have went a little too far on that. I'm bright here. Oh no. I miss the Hammerites. I don't really. They're pretty much the same as these guys. But they didn't have robots and security cameras, so I guess I do like them more. So was that Site 5 that I was at before? What does this say? The person who returns the diamond drill bit last seen near Site 6 shall be rewarded with an extra sleep cycle. Let the builders faithful turn their eyes to a task, and lo, it shall be done, from Brother Cavador. Have I been here? I don't think so.
With my own eyes, I saw it. 'Twas a scroll, not less than 100 years of age.
What? Did thy mysterious visitors whisk in and out again, and never tarry to take up the many riches here?
Likely they were but grave robbers, seeking the cheapest of profits, gold and jewels. Too lazy to dig for the true treasure herein, and too foolish to recognize it even if they found it.
Thou art by far too gullible, Sabine. Twixt the Burks and the beast of living fire, what man could survive here alone?
And he moved quickly, mayhap.
Oh, and I suppose thy visitor had a lung of steel to swim neath the waves and thusly find his way in. Come, none could make their way here without the marvels of Lord Karis' creations. No, I think thou hast been taken in by our brother's humors.
Yeah, I was pretty sleepy today. But I'm alright now.
Show thyself.
I think I recognize this area. It's weird. I don't think it's the exact layout from the original game, but I definitely recognize the pieces, the individual kind of sections.
I shall find thee. Thou canst not have gone
I
far.
have the builder's patience, Justice.
Vandalism here. Now pays for
How do you know? It might have just given up on its own.
By cog and by gear, I shall dost thou see thy doom speeding towards thee.
Come and get me. Cheater! Cheater!
Thou may laugh for the moment.
Well, that didn't go too well, did it? I won't be playing it immediately after this, but I do look forward to playing the third game because I've never played it before. And I have no idea what to expect from it, really. You would think so, Harvey, and then they do, and you're like, okay then.
If someone be there, then bespeak thyself. Nothing then. What? Hello?
Blended.
Is someone there?
No.
Who art thou?
Be thou there?
Oh, new objectives. What? Well, I've done it.
I shall find thee. Thou canst not have gone far. Hail, good call. Keep eyes and ears awake. Some things amiss. I shall find thee. By Karis. The cowardly villain must have fled.
Yeah, I'll probably stream it someday.
Thou be, I shall find thee.
I've played it before. Thief Deadly Shadows is the only one I've never played before, ever. Some people really like it. And some people really don't like it, so I don't know, we'll see. I might hate it, I might love it, who knows. Oh, come on, that was good. Come on, game, give me that. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh! Is this the guy coming? I like that I absolutely blasted that guy and she doesn't really care. I wonder if these people come and care more. Probably not. Their reactions to like dead bodies and stuff seem to be a little bit. I don't know. I guess it was back then. You know, more common to see a dead body. They're just like, whatever. Yeah, this guy looks important. Kidnap him.
What noise there that softly calls?
Oh, for goodness sake, that was awful. I should never be called a god gamer again after that. When you say old PC games, you mean like games like this. Yeah, and these guys don't care about the dead body whatsoever.
What noise there that softly calls?
Oh, this guy's wearing a mask or some shit. But they again, they don't care. They don't care.
Intrude me, friend. I am injured.
Is this our guy? Yes, it is. Oh yeah, let's go. Nah, this camera's gonna hit me. So you know there's another route out. Use it to leave. I don't. Just because I've been here before doesn't mean I know how to leave. Exit route is at Site 9, so that's actually not far from here. Can I go this way? It's 1998, surely. If you mean the same as Illuminati 7777, then the answer to that is this. Illuminati has gifted me a game once on Steam. The real Illuminati would never do such a thing. I don't think I can leave this way. Oh no, I'm completely... What? Okay, I thought I was at Site 8 for some reason. I'm just, I don't know, blind. Oh, you can do it. You can do it. Yes. Where are we going to? Don't want to go to Site 3. Don't want to go to Site 4 or 6 either. Okay, kind of going in the right way here. The game I gave you, I got another copy from Steam. I already had it, so yeah, absolutely, and I appreciate it, Illuminati, definitely. I've been here before, yes. Yeah, they do. Not like as often as like Epic Game Store does, but yeah, they do. I think I've been here. Was this the area? No. No, I think this is different. This is not where I want to be. What happens if I go up here? I've come up with my cosplay costume if anyone's interested. Attention. That the new schedule not slip. All work at Site 9 is delayed indefinitely. Receive by new orders from Camp Stewart. Remember, the gear asketh not why it turns, but keeps its faith and turns day and night, never failing. Be thou the gear in the builder's plan. I do, yes, this is on Windows 10. The only thing that I did is that I got a download called T-Fix, and I installed that. It helps get the game running on your machines and gives you things like widescreen resolutions and all that kind of stuff. It's really easy to find online, and it's really easy to install. You pretty much just download it and it comes with its own installer, and you basically pick where the game is installed on your computer, and that's it. It works really well. How am I going to get out of here? There's a robot somewhere ahead. T-Fix. It doesn't show it here. It's just... I'll just type it real quick. T-Fix. It was okay. How about you? $11. Oh dear. Yeah, that's not good.
Looks like my old route is still open.
An hour and a half later. I did pretty good though, in terms of loot. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Our guest, Cavador, just spilled his guts.
Not literally.
It wasn't necessary. Cavador was instructed to deliver two sorts of artifacts. Brass masks
Those slave masks on Karras's servants?
and some sort of agricultural device called a cultivator. 30 of each.
Each. So they're connected.
We have to assume so. Unfortunately, our efforts to secure a mask have been frustrated.
Listen, I think I know where we can lay our hands on one of those masks. There's a collector named Bram Gervasius with an interest in masks and headdresses. Last time I was down in the Lost City, he had a commission out for that sort of thing.
Gervasius? I've had an agent on his case, and apparently the Mechanists have been making overtures.
3 guesses why. What can your agent give me on his house?
Gervasius is planning an exhibition. He's bringing his collection with him from his summer home. The private exhibit areas are on the top floor. Access is by elevator, controlled from the top floor. It's almost airtight.
Almost?
There's talk of a secret passage. Unfortunately, its location remains secret.
Then I'll need to find it. Now. We can't afford any delays later when the masks arrive. Karras is holed up inside the Mechanist Cathedral, and it looks like whatever he's up to, we're running out of time.
I have to say though, even though it takes me ages to beat the levels, it doesn't feel like that long. Apart from, yeah, there was one level in the first game that took me over 3.5 hours. That was too long. Find out where the secret stairway is and how to access it. Open the door to it to make sure. If you get the chance to find out what kind of correspondence the Mechanists have been sending Gervasius, it would save you having to do it on your own on your return trip. Gervasius's penchant for secret passages is sure to come in handy if you can just find them. Find at least 4 secrets. What? Make a clean getaway to the streets in front of the house. If anyone knows you were here, casing the joint won't be worth much. Don't get into confrontations with the locals. So that means I can't knock them out at all. Oh, a frog beast egg. I've only used that once. Buy one just for fun. Bud Light cowboy hat. No, this is the thief that I remember. Finding 4 secrets though, that might be my toughest objective yet, because I'm not very good at finding the secret. I did okay on the second level, I think, but that was it.
Looks like nothing.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, that's definitely a secret door if I've ever seen one. Maybe it won't be so bad after all. I want to get that bloke's loot though, if I can. Hello Fred, what's up?
Hey!
Awful. How are Alba doing today? How bad could it be? It's because you're not a true fan, Fred. You've only pretended to be a fan just to wind me up.
Joran, that you? Looks like nothing.
I thought those looked a bit valuable, but apparently not. I noticed that Macaroni doesn't go for the full bet, always goes for 500 only. No more security cameras. Why am I not surprised? Tea is good, tea is good. The 7T is good.
Storage. I'm sure Gervasius has lots of things down here that he'll never miss. At least not until it's too late.
Wow, Macaroni, got him. You've just ruined T's career. Yeah, I didn't think drinking tea would be good for hydration or dehydration purposes.
What's there?
I like the eerie soundtrack on this level. It's got kind of like the parallel dimensions feeling from Quake 1, you know, of the eerie kind of breathing in your ear. I like it. Maybe I'm just a strange individual. Which I am, let's be honest. Ballroom Blitz. Hello, Tony the Parrot. How are you? Angry today? Lord Gervasius is hereby permitted to begin and maintain construction on these premises. Manor of the Clan Gervasius. Construction is understood to be occurring in the ballroom and on the 3rd floor. Nicholas P. Cantarelli, Registrar. All of records and license. Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. I make this jump. Oh. Sure, you can do it with a rope arrow. If I have a rope arrow. No, I have a vine arrow, even better. But true legends would do it like this. No. 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 Leggings. Ooh. I can fiddle about with the clock. I wonder if there's any significance to that whatsoever. Sure, there's something to do with that. A level where you can hurt anyone? What is this madness? Have I been here before? No. Forced pacifism? Yeah. Pretty much. Don't know what I'm doing. Cool stuff, probably. I did not mean to drink that. Oh well. Who needs healing potions? Nah, looks like I might need a reset here anyway. Okay. Maybe I should go back down. Nothing better than a salty grip. I cannot crouch through this, as you can see. See, that's not good. People freak out when they hear the explosion. And I would like to get out back through here. But it doesn't let me. What can I do? I just want to see what's in here. Fun cannon. This game's getting mean. Yeah. That's a secret. That's a secret too. I don't know. They're forcing me to play well. How dare they? I would quite like to loot that person. Would be good fun.
Dead, I tell you, as soon as I find you. Is that the best you can do?
I can loot okay, that's not a problem. That's fine. What are my objectives again? There's an optional objective in there. There actually aren't that many objectives here, it's just one of them's a real kick in the teeth. Ah yes, that talentless buffoon, according to some moron on the internet. Fuck. It was highlighted too, I just didn't think it was for some reason. There has to be something up. No? Maybe it's just a good way to get across the room. Hello, terrifying manfork. Yes, we meet again. I didn't scare you off too much the first time around. Terry. Nice. Don't know. Don't think this is a good place to come out of.
Someone there?
Oh no. That's a mission fail. Let me see what emote that is. Where it's from. Very nice. Bibbly boo boo boo. Ooh, you missed that. I feel like I'm doing alright in terms of loot. It's a shame that is not one of the objectives here.
What's that?
Ugh, I want to know what's in there. But yeah, what was even the point of buying flash bombs and stuff if I can't really use them? That looks like a door. I just want to know what's in here. Ah. Okay. Yeah. I don't think he's even sleeping, because when they're sleeping in this game, they're full on. I think this guy's just standing up on a table. He is the table. Da down, 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 down. Bond's favorite album of all time. And Fred actually likes it. Fred actually bought the Lulu record and was like, this is some good shit. When are we going to have a listening party and just listen to the whole thing together? Subscribers only. After my stream, not tonight. It's like an hour and a half long, isn't it? I don't even know what's the best way to do that. Cause I know people like doing stuff where they watch stuff together, but like listening to music, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could just use YouTube or whatever. It's not hard to play, it's just hard to listen to. Got him. Wrecked. What do you got to say to that? Gant? I'm only joking, of course. You know me. I love listening to the bizarre stuff. Oh no, I'm not getting DMCA strike over Lulu, for goodness sake. For you to stream it? Alright, okay. I mean, if you want to do that, then be my guest. I probably can't do it tonight, but... I would actually love to do stuff like that. I know not many people would care that. Everything's opening up. I'm just gonna leave them open just for easy access. Fred's just sitting there, kicking back, drinking a nice martini or whatever, listening to Lou Ray talk about, you know, prostitutes getting their jibs chopped off, and he's like, this is quite good. Here, you can have it, yeah. I mean, it won't be as good as Mike Patton's solo debut, Adult Themes for Voice, but you know, what can you do? I'm actually stuck. I'm like proper stuck in the door here. My camera's like all messed up. Did they do a cover of Electric Avenue? No way. Did they? I need to listen to that. Remember when I streamed Dark Souls back in the day? I think quote 65 is one of the most underrated quotes in all of the 100 quotes that we have. Are you telling me to shut up, Fred? Master P? No. Cannot open this door. I didn't know you were a No Limit soldier, Tony. You probably have no idea what I'm talking about. Master P is not related to Macaroni Pay? What a shame that is. Don't worry, Tony. Ooh, is that not by Mark Ronson? I have quite a lot of Master P's records. I have at least, let me think in my head, about 5 of them, maybe? Where's this guy running to? I don't know that one. Harvey off the top of my head. There was a while there when he was putting out an album every year, so...
Sergeant Porter, it wouldst appear that I aired.
If you look up the album cover for the album Game Face, that is one of the worst album covers I've ever seen in my life. The Power Man cover of Electric Avenue is pretty good, but Macaroni likes Nickelback, so keep that in mind. Musical culture. I like The Educate. Yeah, it's awful, Tony. Terrible record as well. Terrible. I don't own it. Fred probably does though. No, I'm joking. Sorry. Why am I dissing Fred so much tonight? I don't know what to do here. Is it really? Oh my goodness, amazing, Harvey. Oh! I did not know you could blow up the cameras of explosives. Changes everything? Well, doesn't really. See these switches? See if I turn... What does that do? Does that turn that up? No, it doesn't. See if I do this, does it turn it up? Okay, it does. So anytime I see one of those switches, turn it up. And this is locked. Can I just bash in the door? Cannonball in the Guts or Nuts. It's like that album cover for Van Halen 3, released in 1998. And I've turned that off as well. Magnificent. Things are looking up. Sort of. I mean, I haven't really achieved much. Oh yeah. A secret room with nothing in it, my favorite kind. I must be getting close. I think I need one more secret. And I'll be able to tick that off my list. That looks fun to slice. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. The a thief objective completed noise is just the bomb. Now I need to find the secret stairway, and that could take 100 hours.
What was that noise? Must have been rats.
Is this the same guy who's like standing up? Yes, it is. Locked. Oh, hi there.
What was that noise?
I thought that said poo for a moment there. I was like, what? We found the poo room. Need to go to. Well, I thought it was like poo with an exclamation mark. That's what I thought. Oh, bum. It's a good thing that guy's stuck. I've been in here, yeah. Don't think so. Welcome to Lord Gervasius's public exhibition of art and curios, both ancient and modern. Oh yeah, I've been in here. I've been up there though. I know I've been up there on the other side. Yeah, I've been in. I can tell by my handiwork. Oh, and you can't get out again? Oh. I'm supposed to like this game? Let's see if I go over here. Okay, actually, just stay down here. So this opens.
Sergeant Porter, it wouldst appear that I erred in judgment.
Oh, hello, Hobart. Why is that?
Thou knowest how burdensome preparation of the mansion hath been for me. Steward Duma hath charged me with leading the construction in the ballroom, which goeth ever so slowly. He hath even demanded that all the clocks and other mechanist devices in the manor be inspected and repaired if there be faults found. Thy masters wish everything perfect for their celebration 2 weeks hence. 'Twas such a great task that in my haste I have misplaced my toolbox, which contained a part from one of the clocks.
So we have a clock that doesn't tell time. Won't be the first time in this place. I'm still amazed you got all the metal eyes working.
No, thou dost not understand. 'Tis that clock.
Oh, I see.
Look in and find that piece before Lord Gervasius gets back. He'll have your head otherwise. Good luck, Foreman Hobart.
So yeah, that clock is important. The one I was fiddling about with, right?
Stop! That... Sergeant Porter, it wouldst appear that I erred in
The
judgment.
clock is up there.
Thou knowest how burdensome preparation of the mansion hath been. Steward Duma hath charged me with leading the construction in the ballroom, which goeth ever so slowly. He hath even demanded that all the clocks and other mechanist devices in the manor be inspected and repaired if there be faults found.
There's another clock. Oh, see, that one needs fiddle. They all need fiddling with, maybe.
It's my birthday, Poggers.
It's not really Bond's birthday. But thank you very much for being subscribed for 1 year. Unbelievable. Thank you so much.
It wouldst appear that I...
I hope you're doing amazingly.
Thou knowest how burdensome preparation of the mansion.
I find another secret.
Didn't sound like... Damn it! How'd you get in here?
Doom RPG. I'm sure you're not the only one. I've never played it personally. But I always thought it looked pretty cool.
Come back here. Stop right there!
Remember back when you could knock people out? Those were the days. I feel like there have been quite a lot of birthdays recently.
What's that?
What?
Hey!
Oh, this is a really bad quick save.
Oh!
This is an awful quick save. Okay.
Nobody better be taffing around down here.
That's strange. Okay. Let's not worry about that. I feel like I've been around these areas a lot. Well, there's 2 floors, and I think I've cleared, well, not cleared them out. I'm sure I've missed stuff here and there, but I think I've done okay. Oh yeah, this is where we started back in the day. That holy water? It is not. Macaroni with the big brain.
Jordan, that you? Must be one of them grubbers again.
Those grubbers. That quote definitely does not apply in this situation.
Oh! Is someone there?
Silent glass. I've been there before though, it's not anything new. I don't think. The Cure, nice. Shout out to Robert Smith.
Thought I heard something. Ah! Who are you?
Okay. I haven't been here. No, I have. Apparently. Robert Smith has 0 followers, that's sad. Okay, let's keep going.
Who are you?
Yeah, I've been here before. I'm sure that all the clocks need to be a certain time. Oh, clock number 1 needs to be at 3 o'clock. And clock number 2 needs to be at 12 and all this kind of stuff.
Help!
Like, I can't get through there. Oh, see ya, macaroni. Is that it? Is that it? That's the end? No more macaroni for tonight? What a shame. No problem. Thanks for hanging out, as always. And I hope you have a good night. I think that looks like a face. Have I been in here yet? I think so. Should I explore up here? I don't see anything cool up here, unfortunately. Nah. Didn't quite work out as planned. Yeah, that's a very tricky room to navigate. Some blood. Nope, this is vanilla with just T-Fix, but like none of the enhancements are on. I'm sure it's not particularly exciting watching me bumble and bumble around this environment. Oh, I love the burric heads on the wall. And the bug people as well. Good. I like that you have your expectations in check. You're not one of these people that gets angry or annoyed when someone doesn't know what they're doing. Problem with this level is just the fact you can't be spotted at all. It's that on top of not knowing where to go, you know. Generally you can knock out everyone and it's not a big deal, but not really. Just says don't get into any confrontations with the locals, and when I read the briefing at first, I thought that meant, you know, don't beat up any, like, unarmed people. But no, it's completely... I mean, maybe you can use something from afar to take someone out without them even reacting, but I don't think so. I think it's pretty much you can't touch them at all and you can't interact with them in any way. So yeah, definitely changes things. That's, yeah. This room is very tricky, but I don't think there's really anything in it. Like, this is just the main entrance. Floor 2 is definitely missing a chunk. And floor 3, there's a floor 3. Help me, he's got a bow. Okay.
I sat there. Show yourself.
Okay. I haven't been here yet.
All right, stop fooling around. Where are you?
Hey, come out at once.
No problem, terrifying manfork. Thanks for stopping by again. And have a good one. Well, this is new.
Terrible secrets. Terrible secrets.
Dearest Giles, your news is indeed wonderful. I treasure your letter as I do all that you send me. I must tell you, I had a close call last night. I was preparing to read your letter when Ashton came into our rooms. I hopped into bed and hid the letter under my pillow. Thankfully, when I awoke in the morning, the letter was still there, undisturbed. Soon we'll be done with Ashton and the awful memories of this place. I will divorce him, and then we will tell Gervasius of your new situation. I'm so glad I believed in you. Your sweet pea, Lorna.
My sweet Lorna, I have the best news. I have discovered that Lord Harlanthus, advisor to the Baron, has need of a new librarian. His library is selective, but is said to be one of the best in the city. I will speak of this to Lord Gervasius. He is a reasonable man and will give me my leave. Ashton is a capable librarian and will make a suitable replacement for me, which will appease Gervasius. Ashton will be happy with the promotion, and that you will have to be his consolation when he finds out he is losing you. Your Guile.
Nobody knows. Nobody sees.
This reminds me of the first game a bit more. No problem, Tony. Throwing skills at me. How rude is that? Are you actually attacking me or what? Voguing. Well, I'm up on floor 3. It's one thing I've accomplished by being here. These pedestals, I don't know, they look important, but I don't know if they are. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just having a good old look around, making sure I haven't missed anything.
Hey, stop! Right there!
So, do you guys like this mission?
Terrible secret.
I'm just picking these up. Is there anything here?
How long? How long?
I don't like the fact that
Terrible secrets.
I don't like the fact that they've forced me to not knock anyone out for no particularly good reason. You feel me? Ah, it's a secret, Harvey, it's a secret. Well, it's a bit of a secret. I did say on Discord that I probably messed up a little bit by playing Thief Gold early, but I've been in such a Thief mood recently, and also we immediately jumped into this, and I for the most part I don't think this game would be good as an October game. This bit and a few other little individual moments, sure, but in general, not really. A broken sword. I thought you hated George Stobart. Yes.
You mean you lost a whole stack of books?
No, the M stacks. It's a section of bookcases. They're just called stacks.
I don't believe even you could lose a whole bookcase.
I tell you, the place is haunted. 1 minute I was on my way to Father Lord's letters. Then I heard this terrible sound. And when I turned around, the M stacks were gone.
I'll say you got turned around all right.
You don't understand. I dropped the letters on the floor and they were gone too. I looked everywhere.
I don't know what you expect me to do about it. I'm a guard, not an exorcist.
Oh no, Illuminati, what are you doing with your life? Yes, yeah, that was good, Harvey, yeah. Would you not rather watch MasterChef or something? Was running on the treadmill with the TV on, and that was your choice. Amazing. The Jamie Oliver. Yeah, I suppose that's pretty bad. So how was it then? Give us the scoop. Only recognize one person. Janine is back. Oh my goodness. Everyone's gonna be running out to watch it now. Oh God, please don't. There must be a... I don't know. There must be a point to the library. It must be important, surely.
Who's there? Get out here where I can see you.
Can't see me now.
Taffer, and you're mine.
Yeah. Maybe I should put a flare out. I don't know. I just refuse to believe that this exists and doesn't have anything really important in it. Go for it. The flares don't last very long. What do you mean? I didn't pick up any books from the windowsills. No. No books in my inventory. There was this book, but I read it. And there's this book. I read it. I don't know. And there's here as well, but it's very hard to achieve anything here. I don't think there's anything there really. Have I checked out that bar really? Here's a room with nothing in it.
All right, I hear you. Come out in the open at once. Where are you, you taphead?
So maybe I should have bought loads of frogs.
Just wait till I find you.
Here you go.
Help me get this tapper.
Frogs are cool. Locked. We're gonna sick. At least with that other mission, you could knock out 2 people. Oh, got stuck again. Yeah, these doorways aren't very good. What? Oh, must have been the guy on the opposite side. I don't get that. Nah. See, I think this lift is very important, but I can't get to it. It is locked.
Who goes there?
No. We'll get there. How does he know? I did not make a tile noise. See? That's busted. This guy turns around like right away as well. What? I don't know.
By the builder thou art spied!
The locals. Are these the locals? I don't know. I don't like this mission at all. It's pretty bad. It all looks the same. You're forced to not get into any contact with anyone for no good reason. It's really not that interesting as a location either. There's this whole area that I've never understood. For stealth, I know. Go for it.
Oh.
Yeah, I said that earlier. I haven't seen that many of them Illuminati. I've only seen like the more modern ones from like the 90s onwards, so I'm not really the best person to ask. I've seen some of the old ones. I've seen bits and pieces like on TV.
once.
Why is that bit in the middle like not connected?
Builder, aid me to find this menacer.
It's a good tune though. See ya, Tony. Have a good one. I might look this up because I'm getting bored of this level really badly. See, this makes no sense. Excuse me, but like this is floor 2 and then you come out here and it's floor 1 again. That makes no sense. None. This is some good old-fashioned gaming right here. I'm sure this is, you know, I'm sure I've got over 9,000 viewers right now. So I'm gonna try and go onto the other side. I mean, generally speaking, I would say this game's a lot more straightforward compared to the first one, but I'm just sucking at this for some reason. Where does that lead? Doesn't... That's not even on the map. Hold on. Oh yeah, see, now I've filled it on the map. It's just a clock. But I'm sure it's important for something. For what? I don't know. But the problem is that I can't knock everyone out in this mission. I have to leave everyone alone. It's just gotten to the stage where I don't care. I'm just jumping around all over the place. See, oh, brilliant. I've discovered a room with nothing in it. Absolutely fantastic. See, my thinking before was that there must be a way to get burst out of the library onto floor 3. But, I don't know. Maybe, but... Got him.
Over there! Hey! Where'd you come from? I heard that. Stop right there!
And that just leads to the foyer. Those 2 rooms. Those offices seem like they might be... Well, one of them seems like it might be important. What is that? Ah. What? Oh, come on. Died of boredom, yeah. Apparently it's not to be used directly onto this. It must be used on a different kind of clock though. Ah, there. And now I have to mindlessly just walk everywhere and try this thing on everything. Well, that's hours of fun anyway. Oh, I
heard something. Nothing here now.
No, that's a box quote.
Someone making noise.
Where are the Thief 2 defenders now? Seer never looks so appealing. Yeah, I'm like, bring back the Thieves Guild, please. They went to bed, yes.
Someone making noise.
Not quite right.
Thank you. So can I just leave now?
Stop right now!
Why does this guard have like the shortest path ever?
Who's there?
that noise? Where are you?
A garden inside garden. What a Constantine ripper. A pale imitation of the sword. Oh, you shoot Illuminati? Please do. I played it for more than 10 minutes, so it can't be that bad. 7 out of 10 Illuminati score. Some people do that. I don't know what that switch in the middle does. What forum are these reviews go to? Get Reddit riled up. That's one site I've never had an account for ever. Never understood the purpose of it. I know what it is. It's basically just a big forum, but I don't know. I think I was like well done with internet forums by the time that became popular, so I just never cared. It's pretty good looking for answers on Google, but the comments are so cringe. I can imagine, yeah. I mean, it's like that everywhere, to be fair. And how did that go, Harvey? Oh yeah, that was Fly. Yeah, sounds about right. Why not take these? Exhibition. So this is still floor 3, even though I clearly went up another floor. I weirdly got high praise for the worst material. It's funny like how that happens. The stuff that you're least proud of seems to be like seems to catch on for whatever reason. Like that happens to me sometimes. Well, I don't think anything I've ever done has ever caught on, but I don't know, it's just weird. I don't know. I feel like the stuff that I'm proud of is like stuff that like no one actually watched. Straight to the top. Yeah, that's me. Was it oh, was it when I was doing GTA 3 100%? All right, okay. Yeah, I love GTA 3. Oh, you got bored. I just want to remind everyone that to get onto the third floor, I needed to find a very specific item and only found in a very specific place, and I had to use that specific item in a very specific location. It was good fun. A weird looking fireplace. Is it supposed to look like that, or is that a bug? I think it's a bug. But who can tell? What's going on with this bed? Why is it like on the ground? It's just a mattress. Ah, yes, my favorite. The room with nothing in it. Where I am right now is not even on the map. Oh, what's going on with this game?
Someone there?
But this is on the map. Study, foyer. That's where I am. I like some shit games. Some of them are good.
Hey! Who's there in the thief?
Yeah, I want to get into those things.
Nobody better be taffing around down here.
I worked on the first guy, but not on the second. Yeah, there's definitely an element of Shenmue in there. Yeah, my understanding is yes, Illuminati. Someone wants me to play it, and they're saving up points for me to play it. I'm sure you can guess who it is.
Hey, stop! Don't...
I've already got it. So you can take your Game Pass and shove it. Don't worry, Illuminati. Fred used to be like this for Netflix back in the day. He always used to shill Netflix and say, oh, such and such is on Netflix. Oh, it's on Netflix. You should get Netflix, blah, blah, blah. And look how that ended. It ended in tears. Not for me. I was laughing.
All right, I hear you. Come out in the open at once. Hey!
And I do have that. I should probably watch stuff on it more often, huh?
Not this time. sound like rats this time.
Is this just gonna be this? Oh. Ooh. The day that you turned your back on Netflix, I'll never forget it. I was shocked. The biggest surprise of 2021. I'm collecting these masks anyway. Make me feel uncomfortable. See, this could have been a way to get up here as well. So what do I achieve with that? I can leave, can't I? Not like that.
Oh.
Okay, apparently that counts as a confrontation. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, now they're unhappy. Or is that one okay? No, that's... What was it? Forever. Man quit streaming career over one level. It could be worse. It could be on expert.
What's over there?
He didn't seem to care, which I got very lucky there.
What's there?
Wait.
Nothing here now.
Can I not get back? No. Why did this close? Oh. It's fine. I'm just gonna try and leave. I don't know if I can, but I would love to. Oh, do I need to go the other way? It looks like it. I need to go through the foyer. That looks fun, doesn't it?
What's that? We'll see blood! Who's making the racket?
I'm gonna die. They've been here before, and it's nothing happening really.
Come on now, come on. What's this?
I just wanted to check. I'm definitely got most of the stuff here. It seems like there might be a bit here that I haven't seen yet.
Who's there?
So not here, but here. Yes, I was here earlier. What does this do? That's locked. Is that the lift? I'm just checking to see if there were any masks. Yes. Can I place the masks again, like in different places? I wonder. I've got loads of masks. Okay. I don't know. I'll try and leave throughout the foyer this time. I don't know how I'm going to do that, but one can try. Bribery.
Show yourself.
Making as much racket as I can on the way out. Yeah.
Who's there? Hello? Where are you,
You don't want to mess with me, Tapper boy.
Oh, come on. My plan was flawless, and you know it.
I heard that. Show yourself. I'm not kidding around. Hey! Stop right where you are!
It's going very well, yes. Definitely loving this level.
Who's that there?
I gave up on the optional thing. I was like, oh god, I can't be bothered. Seven out of 9 secrets, that's pretty good. But no, no. Didn't enjoy that one.
Now that I've established such a close working relationship with Lord Gervasius's security systems, going back in for those masks shouldn't be too much trouble.
I've got them already.
We can count on the quality of this working relationship.
Gervasius's security systems are not the most dangerous.
Are you serious?
Do I have to ask what is?
We're on the clock. How has Karis been using the time we've had to wait?
He's been making some modifications to the Mechanist Cathedral, including some sort of valves or seals on the doors. Why, we don't know yet. Inside, it just looks like a huge factory, full of machines and equipment. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's tied into those precursor artifacts. The sooner we can get a hold of those, the sooner we'll know.
And get Karis off our backs.
And stop whatever he's planning.
Uh-huh. Don't wait up. I'll be working late.
Steal a wooden precursor mask. Did that already. Apparently the one I brought back home wasn't good enough. Discover the contents of the letter from Karis to Gervasius. Don't let your rush for the mask make you forget the value of money. Get 2,100 in loot. That's a loss. Don't kill any bystanders. Get out of the mansion and back to the streets. Well, at least I can knock people out again. Guys, it's the same level again. And people like this more than the first one? Are you insane? Oh my god. Oh. I like the red moon though, that's cool, but oh. There. Oh. It even starts off in the same place. Oh, this has magically locked itself since I was last here. This, oh my goodness, right, that's the end of the stream. I'm not doing this level again. And I got the masks in the last time. Oh. Give me the Thieves Guild any day. Let me just beat someone up.
Stand forth and be recognized.
So wait, hold on. Also explain this to me. Previous mission, can't touch anyone and you can't be seen by anyone. Then you come back later on that night. Oh, it's fine now. It's fine. You can knock out whoever you want. I'm baffled by this one. Like, this is terrible. I've done this already. I've actually done it. And the game's like, yo, by the way, do it again. But this time you can knock people out. Ugh. That's low. That is low. Like, yeah, it's nice that I can beat people now, but it's... And the fact that you can get the masks in the previous mission. Like, the fact you can actually do that ahead of time, and then if you know, make the effort to do that, the game's like, oh no, you didn't do that. Be ever... Oh, no, I can't do his voice, it's too weird. Be ever weary, for the pernicious forces that array against us. For every flagstone there is a root which seeks to crack through it. For every wall there is a vine which seeks to tear it down. Know thy enemy, and be ever watchful, for only so may we prevail. From Karis himself.
Was a noise I heard. What manner of villain is this? Stop him!
Ooh. Let me just kill someone, actually. Here's something I've never shown off, because I rarely kill people, but you can do this. You get rid of bloodstains, isn't that cool? But yeah, I'm gonna stop. I just can't, no. No, I don't have much time left anyway, but... I have to say, very disappointed by this. Really, just like... I'm sure, we were talking about this game being rushed earlier. I'm sure this was a good example, actually. I'm sure this was like a weird thing where like maybe Eidos were like, we need this amount of levels, and the way that we got around that is like, well, we have this level, which is basically the casing out, sort of like figuring out where all the secret passages are, and then you come back again and then you do the mission for real the second time. But it's like, I spent ages on the first go around. And then for me to just immediately come back. Like, I know in Thief 1 there was, the undercover mission, and then you came back later on. But, like, at least when you came back later on, the level was in a completely different state. And, it was obviously... It leads to an area that you haven't been before, past the initial part. So yeah, I don't know. I would love to kill this person just by dumping him in the fire. It does work sometimes, but maybe not on this fire.
Pay attention, something attacked you.
GoldenEye did this. Yeah. Back to back as well. See if they split them up a bit more. I'd be okay with it. Or if they were able to like I said, sort of like the undercover example where you would come back later on and it would be very different. This is just literally, I don't know. Maybe it will change more as we go into it, but I just no. I'm disappointed. The fact that like all the security things are back up and running again is a big slap in the face. It makes it feel like I did all that work for nothing. It really does. I picked up those masks for nothing. Just crap. Oh, and the game's like, pick up over 2,000 loot. It's like I did. I picked up a decent amount of loot in the last mission.
Show yourself. Hey, come on at once. Thief!
Take that. You want some too? Huh? Huh? And even more so, you couldn't knock these people out the first time around, but you can do it now. Again, that's just stupid. So yeah, rant over. I really like this game, but that really, a big blemish for me, I have to say. So yeah. What's happening on Twitch.television? I'm gonna go and just reconsider my life choices, and yeah, I think I'm like, I don't know, like 2 levels away from the end, so should be able to finish it next time, hopefully. So yeah, thanks everyone. I'm gonna raid someone who I've never raided before, but they seem pretty cool. So yeah, I'm gonna go away. I'll see you guys next time. Oh, I cannot raid that channel. They have that disabled. Fair enough. I'll just not raid you then. So yeah, I'll see you guys next time, and enjoy the rest of your day. And yeah, I don't know. Should be on tomorrow. Hopefully get this finished up. If not, the day after. Yeah, thanks everyone. Catch you guys again soon, and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye bye.